Okay, attention in the poultry barn. We're fixing to start our poultry show.
In terms of presentation, clip job, phenomenal. This one draws you in. Young lady does a great job.
Well, good morning, and what a pleasure it is to come out here and evaluate your young individuals' livestock here at the Gillespie County Fair.
When it comes down to it, the one that wins is simply more my kind. Just in terms of being a little stouter and more moderate in build and having a little more chunk.
He's got the most volume. He's a little bit overcooked, overdone, but at least he got there.
Caleb Cruzy, Madeline Embry, Kinley Cott, Britley Bowers,
Well, welcome everyone to the Gillespie County Youth Livestock Show. My name is Paige Finley from FbgLive, and I am delighted to be with you here today. We've got all kinds of good stuff coming your way, several shows, several classes, division champions, grand champions, interviews with folks, and I'm delighted you could join us. So without further delay, we'll get right here to the
attention in the lamb barn. Very similar to what we did with the meat goats. If you wish to floor your lamb at the conclusion of today's show, please take that animal when you are done with it to the floor trailer in the west end of the show barn. Again, the floor trailer is in the west end of the show barn. Any floor lambs that you wish to put on that trailer, please take them to the side gate of the trailer, not the rear gate. Again, take those to the side gate, not the rear. And our current market price, our floor price for lambs today is $2.25 a pound. Again, $2.25 a pound for your market lambs today. And this will be your second call, Class 2 fine wools to the holding ring. Second call, Class 2 fine wools to the holding ring.
a really nice way to start off the sheep show this afternoon. These top two get pretty close for me, and I think it's cutting hairs between them. The initial power sheep is the one that hits me off the bat. That one walks in the ring, and for being a power-oriented wether, one that's really opened up and can still balance with some quality of look as you step off to the side of him in terms of the way he's constructed out of his hip and hind leg. That one handles the part when you get your hands on that one, super fresh in the shape he's constructed with down the top side of his skeleton. He's definitely the boldest and most opened up about his forerib and his center cavity, and that's what facilitates for all that power working to the top end of that one skeleton. Like I said, a nice power sheep that puts some look of quality and balance along with it to go ahead and be the most complete place to start. If we're talking about skeletal design and build, I really like the type of this second place sheep. That one's hip and hind leg is awfully good. Super fresh to the touch. You love this one's skin. Step right on top of him. Compare him to that initial wether. Not quite as cracked open to the top side of his hip. Not as much flare to that one's outer leg. You like him in terms of his roundness and his shallowness and his look from the side. I wish there was more sheep there to compete with that first one that we start off the class with. Sheep that comes out in third, one that's really sleek in terms of his design, a long-bodied kind of a wether who's got some extension working up high. As you get right on top of him, just simply at a deficit for power. In terms of his rack shape, you'd like to open him up right in behind his shoulder. You'd like to make him a little wider in the width that he does span right over his loin to compete with those top two. Same kind of a story goes for our fourth place. One that you really like, that one's hip and hind leg design, and I think that one's best look is when he's moving around the ring. Really like that one's build today. One that's just behind the eight ball in terms of his stage of development and his overall body shape and mass of muscle. There's got to be more of him there to compete with those top three. Really like this one from the side, the one that comes out in fourth. Get on a rear three-quarter of that sheep. He looks the greenest of the initial five. In terms of his body shape, he's got to be opened up in terms of his forerib. He's got to have some more shape and dimension working from stifle to stifle as you step in behind him. He just simply had a deficit for overall power. That one really needs to blow up later down the road for the young man to get into that top four. A really nice class to go ahead and start off with. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
And your placings from Class 1, Findwell Lambs. 11th, Jalen Pesick, DOS 4H. 10th, Jamison Dodes, Fredericksburg FFA. 9th, Emma Bond, Willow Creek 4H. 8th, Caroline Russell, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 7th, Audie Usner, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 6th, Ethan Southard, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 5th, Blair Marshall, Harper 4H. 4th, Frankie Junior Villanueva of Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 3rd, Wesley Spaeth, Harper 4-8 or Harper FFA, excuse me. 2nd, Knox Padgett, Fredericksburg Junior FFA, and 1st, Ethan Marshall of Harper 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. This will also be your first call for Class 3 Findwells. First call, Class 3 Findwell Lambs to the holding ring. mentioned in the Lamb Barn, this will be your second call, Class 3 fine wool. Second call, Class 3 fine wools to the holding ring.
Boy, what a really fun class to sort through. Tremendous quality from top to bottom in this class. Really, really fun as a judge to come out and sort these type of classes that are this deep. It becomes mentally challenging, and that's enjoyable at a certain point. The combination sheep is the one that works up for me in this particular class, one that combines the right kind of skeletal width and freshness with balance and skeletal quality. As we watch him go around the ring, he's good on his feet and legs. That one's chest to flank is what sets him apart for me. As we stand him out here on the profile, that one's really deep in terms of his flank. He's still good in terms of his chest floor. He's a power-oriented wether that, like I said, doesn't give up anything from a skeletal quality perspective. There's the one you can tie into. The handle quality of this sheep in second is second to none. He handles tremendous down the top side of his skeleton. That one for me is just behind about 30 days in comparison to our class winner in terms of where his flank is sitting, in terms of the correctness to that one's body shape and the finish that he's carrying. He's just a little behind, and I think his better days are still ahead of him. If the young lady does decide to take him down the road, I think a little extra finish, putting into this one a little bit more hay late at night whenever we drop that flank down, I think that's what takes him to the next level, because it'll let him balance up with a little bit more quality and a little bit more of a complete look from the side. Love that one's power, love that one's touch. If you want to tie into one from the profile, again, I think our third place represents our class winner from a balance perspective. Good in terms of his lines. His flank is dropped down in him. His chest floor is right. He's really good on his feet and legs from a soundness perspective, but the look sheep comes with those kind of problems for me. When you step on top of him, he just runs out of power in comparison to those top two. In particular, right in behind his blade, you really wish you could square him up and make him a little bit more crisp to the touch in terms of his rack shape. You step in behind him, he's at a deficit for power, reading him through his outer leg and his lower stifle and his twist. You just wish there was more sheep there, because I can really tie into that one from the side. Sheep that comes out next, one that hits the gate and really hits you hard. Feet and leg standpoint, I think that one's tremendous. He's maybe the most flexible one as we get him out here and really read him in the way he utilizes his blade, and his hip and hind leg is just tremendous. Where I fault that sheep for me is when we get our hands on him, he's a little bit soft to the touch. He's a little too far past the point of ideal for me in terms of the amount of condition he's carrying right in behind his forerib, and accordingly, that hurts his handling quality as we handle him over his rack and his loin. He's just a bit soft today. Needs some more touch, tone, and dimension to work up any higher in this class. Another one that's really good to look at from the side comes out in fifth. A little taller bladed one that's got some more stature underneath him, got some more grow power, a little longer from flank to flank, dead level down the top side of his skeleton. I wish that one was a little bit stouter at the surface in terms of his bone work. I wish he was a little fuzzier legged. I know that we don't eat that part, but it sure helps him look a little bit more proportional and balanced. And quite simply, of the top five, there's the one that doesn't have enough power for me. He's just a little bit plain down the top side of his skeleton. He's a little plainer as you step in behind him. A tremendous class to work through. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
And your results from Class 2 Fine Wool Lambs: 11th, Hannah Nielsen; 10th, Blaine Edwards; 9th, Clay Canese; 8th, Hadley Maynor; 7th, Jacqueline Ray; 6th, Jacob Connor; 5th, Emma Geisweit; 4th, Kinsey Key; 3rd, Grayson Crenwelge; 2nd, Emma Geisweit; and 1st, Riley Ann Rader. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And as the third class of fine wools is in the ring, let's do first call for Class 1 fine wool crosses. First call, Class 1 fine wool crosses to the holding ring. And another reminder, folks, as you finish your showing exhibitions for today, you are more than welcome to load up when you are done. We just remind and ask again that you please load your stuff out through a walk-in door. Do not roll up any doors on this barn, but please feel free to load up all of your tack and and Livestock, if you're taking them with you as well, through a walk-in door so that we can get hogs and cattle in here at a decent time this afternoon.
Another really fun pair to sort through up in the top of this class. The sheep that ends up winning really blows the rest of the class away in terms of handling quality, how much power that one squares up with right in behind his shoulder, how fresh and big he is over his loin. A power-oriented wether that's really good on his feet and legs and combines it with the highest quality look from the side from a balance perspective. I think that's an easy one to tie into. Congratulations to that young lady. Sheep that comes out in second, another one that balances up awfully well from the side. I love this sheep in terms of his lines, in terms of his chest to flank ratio, how level he is down the top side of his skeleton. You step right on top of this one and really analyze him for what he is. He's not as opened up in terms of his center body. He's not as bold and robust in terms of his forerib, and quite frankly, just doesn't have the shape working up high to compete with that class winner. But you love that one from the side. Young man's doing a good job getting that one presented. Sheep that comes out in third is one that can just hit you as kind of a meat and potatoes kind of sheep for me. One that maybe doesn't have a huge hole into him, but maybe just doesn't have some of those bells and whistles of the first two to go ahead and sneak into those top two placings. A really complete kind of a sheep, like I said, that's good on his feet and legs and has some mass to him, but as you step him off profile, he's not quite as attractive in the way he's constructed out of his hip and hind leg. He's a sheep that needs to be freshened up just a bit in terms of his skin and his muscle tone to compete with those top two. Sheep that comes out in fourth is a problem sheep for me. That sheep initially hits the ring, and I thought, well, there's one we can tie into. That one's so opened up at the surface, so robust in terms of his cage, and really massive up high. But for me, one that's just been pushed way too far past the point of ideal in terms of the amount of cover that one's carrying. That one is piggy fat. I'd say that one's got about an inch of cover over that one's forerib. Really need to tone him down in terms of the amount of cover he's carrying. You love his base width. I wish he was a little better in the way he's constructed out of his hock and the way he utilizes it as we go around the ring. Good power sheep, got to be toned down in terms of fat. Sheep that comes out next, one that you like from a leanness perspective, a high cut ability, carcass driven kind of a sheep. For me, that one's got to be opened up to the top side of his hip and has to have more substance at the surface to make him balance up and just a bit more proportional as we start analyzing him, comparing him to the rest of the field. Sheep that comes out next, told the young lady she's doing a really good job getting that one presented. A sheep that's got to be reorganized from the profile. In terms of the way that one runs downhill, you'd really like to make her taller bladed. You like to see some more power as you get over the top side of that one. A tremendous class all the way through. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
And your results from Class 3, Final Market Lambs. In 6th, Cecily Pesic from DOS 4H. 5th, Laura Nielsen, Fredericksburg FFA. 4th, Trip Barnett, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. Third, Rayleigh Byer, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. Second, William Spaeth, Harper FFA. And first, Kaylin Woolsey with Harper 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And as we bring our first and second place fine wools back to the ring for the champion drive, this will be your second call for Class 1 fine wool crosses. Second call, Class 1 fine wool crosses to the holding ring. Attention in the Lamb Barn. Frankie Villanueva, we need your Class 1 fine wool cross to the holding ring. Frankie Villanueva, we need your fine wool cross to the holding ring.
A tremendously high-quality drive as we get out here in the fine wool division. First and seconds that I'm certainly happy with in terms of type and kind and the type of sheep that suit me, the ones that I can tie into. There's one out here for me that I think ties everything together in the most complete package, certainly in terms of being my kind. This one's got the right kind of body shape. Hip and hind leg design is great. Touches with the best of them. And where I like this one the best is certainly in that one's body shape, reading him out of the backside of his blade through his forerib and his center cavity, and his chest floor relationship to his flank I think is awfully good. As quickly as that one becomes champion, I think there's one to tie into for reserve that touches really well. Skin is on point, muscle tone is awesome. One that you can really tie into from the side and find a lot of quality pieces about. As I go out here and select your champion reserve, let's give all 6 of these kids out here a nice round of applause. I'll go show you the 2 that I like best.
Your reserve champion fine wool market lamb was exhibited by Kaylin Woolsey with the Harper 4-H. And that award was sponsored by Hill Country Telephone Cooperative. The champion fine wool lamb was exhibited by Miss Briley Ann Rader with the Harper 4-H, and that award was sponsored by Gillespie Veterinary Center. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and thank you to our sponsors. Exhibitors, just a reminder, when you receive your envelopes, if you are selected as a champion or reserve, you will receive an envelope. This envelope has inside of it a blank thank you note. This thank you must be filled out and then taken to the photo booth, to the photo backdrop, where you will then receive your awards and a photograph. Again, make sure this blank thank you note is filled out and taken back by the backdrop to receive your awards. And one more announcement in the Lamb Barn. This will be your first call, Class 2 fine wool crosses. First call, Class 2 fine wool crosses to the holding ring. Attention to the Lamb Barn. This will be your second call, Class 2 fine wool crosses. Second call, Class 2 fine wool crosses to the holding ring.
Well, an easy place to start in this particular class, young man's weather, handles it pretty easy. From a muscularity standpoint, there's the one that's the most opened up in terms of his base width and his body shape, and accordingly carries the most mass of muscle down the top side of his skeleton. You step in behind him, he dwarfs the rest of the class in terms of depth of twist and shape from stifle to stifle. Really like that one. He touches the best out here as well, being really smooth and fresh down the top side of his skeleton. A really nice place to go ahead and start off. Lamb that comes out in second, like that one's power when you step in behind her. As you compare her back to the weather and really read her from the profile, she's not quite as tall at the top side of her blade, and you get your hands on this one, she's a little softer to the touch today. I think we could tone her down just a nickel and make her a little harder just in terms of her overall muscle type, and I think it would improve her position slightly. Weather that comes out next, one that's really sound on his feet and legs. I think that one's best look is whenever he's traveling all around the ring. He's really good in terms of the way he utilizes his blade and his hip and hind leg. A sheep for me that when you analyze him compared to the top two just doesn't have quite as much shape working out of the back side of his blade. He's a little plainer in his rack shape, a little rounder and plainer about his loin edge, and you'd really like to maybe open him up just a bit in terms of the way he's constructed out of the top side of his hip to get in that top two spot. Sheep that comes out next, another one you can really tie into from the side in terms of his lines. He's really good. A sound made kind of a weather that travels around the ring with a lot of flex and cushion off both ends of his skeleton. One that just needs to be opened up in terms of his body shape and his base width to allow him to facilitate some more mass working to the top side of his skeleton. Lamb that comes out next, one that has some advantages from that perspective, like how creased up and square she is right at the back side of her blade. She's just a notch bigger out of her loin. She's one that needs to balance up better from the side for me in terms of her chest floor and her flank. Also like to see for how much mass she's carrying up high, just a bit more substance at the surface to make her a bit more proportional and balanced working forward. Really nice class to work through. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause.
Attention to the lamb barn. This will be your first call, Class 3 fine wool crosses. First call, Class 3 fine wool crosses to the holding ring. And just a reminder, the same announcement I made with those meat goats a little bit ago. Please get your animal up to the holding ring as promptly as you can after their class is called to help the efficiency of this show today. Again, please get your livestock to the holding ring as promptly as possible after they are called to help with the efficiency of this show today. And your results from Class 1 fine wool crosses: 10th, Jamison Dodes from Fredericksburg FFA. 9th, Sam Seidenberger, Fredericksburg FFA. 8th, Andrea Pesic, DOS 4H. 7th, Cicely Pesic, DOS 4H. 6th, Coda Zamora, Harper 4H. 5th, Coda Zamora, Harper 4H. 3rd was Kane Constantine, Fredericksburg FFA. 3rd was Frankie Villanueva, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 2nd, Holly Kate Hagel, Fredericksburg FFA. And your class winner was Wesley Spaeth with Harper FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention in the barn, this will be your second call, Class 3 fine wool crosses. Second call, Class 3 fine wool crosses to the holding ring.
A really good way to start off this class. That one hits the ring, and I knew that one was going to be tough to turn. I love this one from a handle quality perspective, and I think that may be my favorite view of it when we get right in behind that sheep and see how truly wedgy designed that one is in terms of the way his blade lays into his body cavity. He progresses from there into a really bold and three-dimensional center cavity and forerib. He's huge at the top side of his hip, got enough power to go along with it, and for a sheep that has that much power, I don't think he gives up anything skeletally speaking in terms of quality and the way he utilizes his skeleton. A really nice, complete place to go ahead and start off with. In terms of touch and handle, I like the sheep in second an awful lot. His skin is really good. That one's really blown up right in behind his blade in terms of his rack shape. Really square and really crisp. He's huge over his loin edge and really deep to his edges. He's a sheep that when we step him off profile, maybe doesn't have some of those fancy pieces of our class winner. He's a little smaller at the surface, and particularly about his front leg. He's a little bit shorter and steeper out of the top side of his hip. He's not quite as jammed up in terms of his chest floor, and not quite as youthful and elegant in the way he's constructed ahead of that blade. Wish we could stretch him out just a bit, make him look a little bit more athletic from the side. Ewe-lamb that comes out in third, I think, has some advantages in that perspective in terms of her chest floor and the way her head and neck attaches to the top side of her blade, really level out of the top side of her hip. I think where you can critique this one is maybe she's pushing the envelope just a bit in terms of the amount of condition she's carrying, and consequently she's the softest handling one of the initial three. And even with that kind of fat to her, I still think she needs to be fixed just a nickel over that hip-loin junction. She's not quite as expansive there. She's not quite as fresh today. Sheep that comes out next, that one when he hits the gate, I thought was going to be one that would work up higher in this class. Quite frankly, I love the sheep on the go. In terms of his feet and legs and his build and his kind, I think he's tremendous. Where he falls off for me is from a muscle standpoint. He's plainer right in behind his blade. He's plainer in terms of his body shape. And as we step in behind the sheep, he just runs out of dimension. If you read him through his leg and his twist, there's got to be more of him to get up in this particular class. Next sheep didn't class into the finals, but that's okay. We got him into the top 5 of this class. I think you tie into that one from a skeletal perspective. In terms of the way that one's constructed from the side, that one's long-sided, really round about their body shape. Like I told the young man, it's just unfortunate. He comes into a bunch of crosses today, and that one's just not quite as big-footed. That one's not quite as stout-featured, and that one doesn't come with the same kind of power from end to end, but you love that one from the side nonetheless. A really deep class all the way through. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause.
Your results from Class 2 final crosses: 10th, Jackson Kennecke, Rady 4H. 9th, John Moore, St. Mary's 4H. 8th, Connor Sims, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 7th, Wesley Spaeth, Harper FFA. 6th, William Spaeth, Harper FFA. 5th, Ethan Marshall, Harper 4H. 4th, Madison Contreras, Fredericksburg FFA. 3rd, Knox Padgett, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 2nd, William Spaeth, Harper FFA. And 1st, J.C. Connor, Harper 4H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And as Class 3 final crosses enter the ring right now, we're going to make first call for Show Class 1 of Southdown Lambs. First call, Class 1, Southdown Lambs to the holding ring.
Well, upon the initial handle, I know this young lady's Weather is going to go ahead and win this class. You step in behind that one. What a big hip, stout-ended kind of a sheep that wedges up into a really good blade. His body shape is right. He out-handles the rest of the field in terms of his skin and his muscle tone. Really, really fresh in the way he's constructed down the top side of his skeleton. And I think he takes the pieces that we like of our second and third and puts them all into one package. He takes the extra stoutness of feature, skeletal width, and overall mass of our second, and that look from the side of our third, and the more attractive front end of one. And like I said, I think that just becomes the most complete one. That's a really easy place to start. Like I said about this second place, you love how opened up he is at the ground in terms of his base width. He's a big-footed, stout-featured kind of a Weather that hits you with a lot of power as you get over the top side of him. Really bold in terms of his body shape. If we're going to change that one is when we step off to the side and read him out of his hip and his hind leg. He's a little rounder and a little shorter in the way he's constructed at the top side of his hip. He's a little coarser about his blade and not quite as athletic in the way he's constructed ahead of that in terms of the front one-third of that one's body cavity. We'd like to stretch him out, make him look a little bit more youthful, but a good power sheep sitting in second. The sheep in third is one you can tie into from the side in terms of his lines. I like the leanness and cutability and groove that this one handles with. If you're going to get nitpicky on that one, I think it's the opposite end of the spectrum from our second place. You'd like to open that one up in terms of his base width and his chest floor to allow him to be just a bit bolder in terms of his body shape and facilitate for some more mass working down the top side of that one's skeleton. Sheep that comes out in fourth, I think, has some advantages from that perspective in terms of overall mass and body shape. That one's a little more cracked open in comparison to our third place. One that's just a bit soft today in terms of his condition that he's carrying over his forerib and just overall muscle tone. We'd like to maybe make that one just a bit more athletic, both in his look from the outside and as you get your hands on him. He's just a bit soft for me today. Another one that's really level in terms of his design from the side comes out in fifth. One that's got some look up front. You step in behind this one, you really wished he was more opened up about the upper side of his hip and his pin placement, and he runs out of shape as you read him to his outer leg and his twist. You'd like there to be just some more sheep working in there as you step in behind him. But a tremendous class all the way through. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause.
And your results from Class 3 Fine Wool Crosses. 9th, Deacon Russell, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 8th, Caroline Russell, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 7th, Adeline Eilers, St. Mary's 4-H. 6th, Oakley Klein, Harper 4-H. 5th, Amberly Klein, Harper 4-H. 4th, Kinley Klein, Harper 4-H. 3rd, Emma Geiswhite, Harper 4-H. 2nd, Carson Crenwelge, Rady 4-H. And 1st, Talon Toch, Harper 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Following the selection of our champion Fine Wool Cross, we will be taking a short break, a very short break, just a couple minutes. This will also be your second call for Southdown Class 1 Southdowns to the holding ring.
Another tremendously high-quality drive comes out here. Really happy with these first and seconds and representatives of the breed, and I think they all do that very well. Two out here really jump out to me, and I think it's splitting hairs between them, and I think you could go either way, and I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think there's a sheep that's a bit more cracked open in terms of his lower skeleton and his rib cage, one that handles with more mass down the top side of his skeleton and is certainly more powerful as you step in behind the sheep, and there's another one that you love him from a skeletal standpoint in terms of the way he's constructed and built, especially that one's hip and hind leg is really good, really shallow and round about his body shape and good where his chest floor sits into him. I think it's pulling hair between them again to kind of split these two. Let's give all 6 of these kiddos out here a nice round of applause. I'll go out here and select your champion and reserve.
Your reserve champion final cross was exhibited by J.C. Connor of the Harper 4-H, and that award was sponsored by 3K Show Lambs. And your champion final cross was exhibited by Taylor Toch, also of Harper 4-H, and that award was sponsored by Scott and Judy Brundridge. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and thank you to those sponsors. And attention in the Lamb Barn, this will be your first call for Class 2 Southdown Lambs. First call, Class 2 Southdown Lambs. Be making your way to the holding ring.
Attention to the lamb barn. I'd like to take a minute just to remind folks we do have a floor trailer parked inside the west end of the show barn. If you wish to floor your lamb at the conclusion of today's showing activities, floor price for market lambs today is $2.25 a pound. Please just go to the side gate of that floor trailer parked inside the west end of the barn. Again, market lamb floor price is $2.25 a pound. Additionally, when you have completed showing for the day, if you are done, you are more than welcome to load out your tack and your livestock if you are taking them home. You are more than welcome to load those things and those animals out. Just please make sure you use a walking door. Do not roll up any doors to load up tack or livestock. Attention in the barn, in the lamb barn. This will be your second call for Class 2 Southdown lambs. Second call, Class 2 Southdown lambs to the holding ring.
Attention in the lamb barn. Leighton Haley, we need your Southdown lamb to the holding ring. Leighton Haley, we need your Class 2 Southdown lamb to the holding ring, please.
Well, bring on the downs. It looks like there's going to be a lot of them today, and judging by the quality what you saw, it's going to be really fun to sort through these things. The young man in the red shirt's got one that hits the ring, and I know that one's going to be hard to turn. That one's got the right kind of combination of skeletal width and freshness and balance to go along with everything. A really complete place to start. You like that one from the side in terms of her progression of depth all the way from her chest floor back into her flank. Really attractive about her hip and hind leg. You get your hands on this one, she dominates the rest of the field just in terms of sheer mass and freshness and what she works down the top side of her skeleton. A really nice place to start. Congratulations to that young man. Really like the skeleton and the build and design of both the second and the third place sheep. Those both have a really good view as you get them going around the ring and watch the sheep go in terms of the way they utilize both ends of their skeleton, the way they keep their chest floor into them, the way they maintain their top line. All really good things. What I think both those things need a shot more of is just true power and mass. And I think of the two, the second place has just a bit more. In particular, right in behind that one's blade, a little bit square, a little fresher in terms of her rack shape, a little more expansive to the top side of her hip. And right in front of that, that one's loin is just a bit wider and a bit fresher today in comparison to this third place. I tell you what, when the young lady cranks this one head up and gets that one prancing around the ring, you may like that one 60 days down the road better than anything else in here. That one's build and design is awfully good. In particular, from that one's last rib forward, that one's chest, floor, and blade, head and neck attachment, all really sleek and athletic in the way that that one's constructed. You just wish there was more of him today as you step on a rear three-quarter and study that one in terms of his outer leg and just the sheer power that he has down the top side of his skeleton. You wish he was a bit crisper and a bit squarer there, but I love that one's build. Ewe lamb that comes out in fourth, one that hits you as a meat and potatoes kind, a big-footed, stout-featured one who's got some base width. Like to tone her down just a bit in terms of her condition, make her a bit harder to the touch, and I think we can move her up in this class pretty easy. Young ladies ewe lamb that comes out in 5th, one that you like from a skeletal width perspective in terms of base width and body shape, got plenty of that, needs to be freshened up a bit, just a bit behind the 8 ball in terms of the stage of development that one's in from a body and muscle standpoint. A tremendous class all the way through, top to bottom. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Attention in the lamb barn. This will be your first call, Class 3 Southdown Lambs. First call, Class 3 Southdown Lambs to the holding ring. And your results from Class 1 Southdowns. In 14th, we had Caroline Haley with St. Mary's 4-H. 13th, Katie Castleberry with Harper 4-H. 12th, Abigail Bond, Willow Creek 4-H. 11th, Andrea Pesic with Doss 4-H. 10th, Presley Nix, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 9th, Bryson Lott with Harper 4-H. 8th, Chloe Castleberry with Harper 4-H. 7th, Sadie Matlock with Harper 4-H. 6th, Bryson Lott with Harper 4-H. 5th, Madeline Matlock with Harper 4-H. 4th, Tinley Jacoby with Harper 4-H. 3rd was also Tinley Jacoby with Harper 4-H. 2nd, Colton Cromer. And 1st, Creed Byer. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And this will be a repeat. First call, Class 3 Southdown Lambs to the holding ring. First call, Class 3 Southdown Lambs to the holding ring. mentioned in the lamb barn, this will be your second call, Class 3 Southdown Lambs. Second call, Class 3 Southdown Lambs to the holding ring.
Boy, not an easy decision between that initial trio, but this weather that goes ahead and starts off, as soon as I put my hands on that one handles the part. In terms of the squareness to that one's rack, the freshness he carries up high, how explosive he is in the shape over his loin, and the biggest pin sheep of the entire group, and yet he combines all that power with some look from the side. He's a little rougher down his top line, and I think that's because he's still just a nickel lean and a nickel green, and I like that because I think he's still got some future and some life in him to push him on down the road. Young man's doing a good job getting that one presented. Love that one's power, body shape, and base width. The ewe-lamb that comes out next, certainly smoother down the top side of that one's skeleton. She's carrying a little extra condition. She's closer to her end point than that wether is, and that's why she's a little bit smoother. You love her from the side. You step right on top of her. She's not nearly as expansive or as fresh in the shape she carries. Right in behind her blade, she's a nickel rounder to her loin edge, and simply just not quite as opened up and expressive in terms of her body shape and her overall rib cage. She needs to be opened up and stouter featured to compete with that wether that stands ahead of her. Ewe-lamb that comes out in third more resembles my class winner from a power, body shape, and base width perspective. Like how opened up this one is. Love the mass that one carries. Step off to a profile. She's the shorter shouldered one who's a bit deeper chested, a little bit more mature in her look. She too is one who's carrying a little extra condition and is quite frankly just a bit softer to the touch, and we'd like to firm her up and freshen her up to move her up into those top two spots. Ewe-lamb that comes out next, a really fresh handling one that's really good from her last rib back in terms of the way she's constructed out of her hip and hind leg from the side. We wish she ran uphill just a little bit better. We wish she was more athletic in the way she's constructed to the front one-third of that one's skeleton. Opposite end of the spectrum comes for the wether that's fifth. Really like that one from the side, and that one balances up with a really complete kind of a look. One for me we step in behind is just simply at a deficit in terms of overall body shape, base width, and power. There's got to be more of him to work up any higher in this particular class. Tremendous set all the way through. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Your results from Class 2 Southdown Lambs. 14th, Lacey Dosher. 13th, Calvin Groby. 12th, Emma Southard. 11th, Alicia Vargas. 10th, Braden Bond. 9th, Leighton Haley. 8th, Lacey Dosher. 7th, Kyla Sims. 6th, Leo Eilers. 5th, Jackson Johnson. 4th, Adelicia Tamez. 3rd, Creed Byer. 2nd, Hallie Hoffman. And 1st, Owen Hoffman. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And attention in the barn, this will be your first call for Class 4 Southdown Lambs. First call, Class 4 Southdown Lambs to the holding ring.
Bird is definitely more uniform, but it's got two birds that got a little bit more paper than what you'd like to see. That was really the difference in that class, because these had two bigger birds as compared to that second pin. We just talked about these guys. I know they don't do this very often, but we're going to go top and grand over there. These times, you just got everything. Y'all got everything out of these birds. Good job out of it. And so we're going to go grand first place topper. Reserve is going to be our second place topper, guys. And any other show?
tension in the barns. Just a reminder as we conclude our showings for the day, and some of us maybe start loading out to head home, let's please use walk-in doors to get our livestock and our tack out of the building. Again, let's not roll up doors, and let's use walk-in doors to get our livestock and our tack out of the building, please. Attention in the lamb barn. This will be your second call, Class 4 Southdown Lambs. Second call, Class 4 Southdown Lambs to the holding ring, please. mention in the Lamb Barn, Clara Bond, we need your Class 4 Southdown to the holding ring. Again, Clara Bond, we need your Class 4 Southdown lamb to the holding ring, please.
Oh, an easy place to start in this class. That sheep's the most complete in my mind in terms of checking boxes on my priority list. You step in behind him, a big hip, thick-ended kind of a sheep that's wedgie designed, good in terms of his blade, opened up in terms of his base width and his body shape, and that one handles really lean and really athletic to the touch today. As soon as he hits your hand, he's super square and fresh right in behind his blade, really expansive over his loin, and like I said, there's a really big hipped one, a power-driven sheep that's still of quality in terms of his skeleton, in terms of the way he's built. A nice place to start off. I think it gets a little more tricky between second and third, and I think where you separate them is when you step off them, which one's going to take a better picture in a backdrop. The better balanced sheep is the one who stands in second. In particular, in the way that one's constructed out of his hip and hind leg, he's a little longer and leveler. He's more attractive in the set to his hock, and he utilizes it a little better as we set the sheep in motion. Not to mention that one's still got plenty of power today to go ahead and be second. The sheep that does come in third, I think that's where he's got some advantages, though, is when you get your hands on him and read him in the shape to his forerib and how square he is out of the backside of his blade. He's got a shot more dimension working down the top side of his skeleton, a really wide-based, stout-featured kind of a sheep that maybe just doesn't tie everything together in quite as smooth or an attractive package. As you step off to the side, he's a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. He's not quite as attractive in the way he utilizes that hock and that hind leg as we set the sheep in motion, and because he is a little leaner and a little greener, he's not quite as good and balanced from his chest floor back into his flank. We'd like to drop that just a little bit and make him balance up a bit better. I think the ewe lamb in fourth has some advantages in that regard. You like the way that one balances up, really level down the top side of that one's skeleton, good and soft in terms of her flank, one that you get your hands on, and she's just a bit plainer to the touch today in terms of overall mass and shape. Right in behind her blade, you'd like to square her up and freshen her up a bit. She's a bit softer in comparison to the top three as well from a finish perspective, and I think that's again where you can criticize this fifth place one. She's the plainest muscled of the top five. Really, as you work your hands down the top side of that one's skeleton, you wish she was more expressive and blown up, especially right in her rack shape, and as you study her from the profile, every once in a while she'll want to run downhill just ever so slightly, maybe make her a bit more athletic up front, and she could work up higher in this particular class. Tremendous set all the way through. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit the ring.
And your placings for Class 3 Southdown Market Lambs. 14th, Cohen Constantine, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 13th, Sadie Lee, also with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 12th, William Creston Hill of Harper 4-H. 11th, Mason Lott with Harper 4-H. 10th, Colton Cromer with Rady 4-H. 9th, Landon Jacoby with Harper 4-H. 8th, Anthony Eilers with St. Mary's 4-H. 7th, Grace Lackey with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 6th, Landon Rhodey Holmes with Harper 4-H. 5th, Hannah Nielsen with Fredericksburg FFA. 4th, Hanson Eilers with St. Mary's 4-H. 3rd, Sarah Albers with Harper FFA. 2nd, Adeline Eilers with St. Mary's 4-H. And your first place, Class 3 Southdown Market Lamb, was exhibited by Annie Eilers with the St. Mary's 4-H Club. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And attention in the Lamb Barn, this will be your first call for Class 5 Southdowns. First call, Class 5 Southdowns to the holding ring, please.
Attention on the poultry side. Can I get Eliza Lochte over to the poultry pen? Eliza Lochte to the poultry pen. And then if you did receive a showmanship award in the poultry division, if you could please come to the backdrop for a picture.
Attention in the lamb barn. This will be your second call, Class 5 Southdown lambs. Second call, Class 5 Southdown market lambs to the holding ring.
Attention in the poultry side. If you received a showmanship award, please come to the backdrop. Again, if you received a showmanship award in the poultry, please come to the backdrop.
Well, classes like this certainly make my job a lot more interesting and certainly a lot more fun. This top 5 out here, guys, all tremendous quality. I think when you start putting those extra pieces together is when you can work into this top 3, and then you put everything together in the highest quality and most complete package, and that's how you end up in the sheep that it wins this particular class. You step on top of this one. That one is so opened up in terms of his cage. He's almost square like a hog. That one handles tremendous. That's the best handling sheep we've had all day in terms of his rack shape and his freshness and the spread of that one's back. You step him around the ring, and for a power sheep that's got that much shape to him, he handles all of it extremely well in terms of his functionality and his skeletal design. A really nice place to go ahead and lead off this class. Sheep that comes out in second, equal in terms of quality. I think there's some nitpicky things that you can really read into that one that you wish you could change that put him into second place. In terms of length of scapula and blade, he's a bit plainer in the way he's constructed through the front 1/3 of his skeleton in comparison to our class winner. Just the sheer length of that one's blade makes him look not quite as sleek and quite as athletic in the way he's constructed up front, especially when you tie together that he's a little bit tighter about his flank. You love the power. You love the hip and hind leg design. I wish I could change that one just a bit from his last rib forward. Sheep that comes out in third, if you want to talk about traditional, wide-based, bold-bodied, easy-keeping type of Southdowns, there's the one to tie into. That one is tremendous down the top side of his skeleton. As you step off from the profile and talk about show sheep, I wish that one was a little longer. I wish that one was a little cooler. He's carrying a little extra condition. He's a nickel softer today compared to the other two ahead of him, but I like that one's kind awfully well. Sheep that comes out in fourth, one that handles with a similar kind of back shape and rack as our class winner, really opened up in his forerib. I wish we could smoothen him up just ever so slightly over his hip-loin juncture right there, and as you step off profile and compare him to the initial 3, he gets just a bit rougher down his top line, and the way he carries his spine, he's deeper chested and tighter flanked, doesn't allow him to balance up quite as well as the initial 3. Ewe-lamb that comes out in fifth, really level designed, really lean, really high cutability. I like that one's touch and skin. I wish there was more of her. I wish she was stouter featured. I wish there was more power when you get in behind her. Tremendous class all the way through. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And your results for Class 4, Southdown Market Lambs. 15th, Clara Bond. 14th, Mackenzie Love. 13th, Isabella Martin. 12th, Kenley Connor. 11th, Addison Hahn. 10th, J. Lee Goodman. 9th, Landon Jacoby. 8th, Hallie Hoffman. 7th, Grayson Krenwelge. 6th, Owen Hoffman. 5th, Hadley Maynor. 4th, Rayleigh Byer. 3rd, Brody Rader. 2nd, Jacob Connor. And 1st, Landon Brody Holmes. Congratulations to those exhibitors. As we begin Class 5 Southdown Market Lambs, this will be your first call for Class 6 Southdown Market Lambs. First call, Class 6 Southdown Market Lambs to the holding ring.
Attention in show barn, I've been asked from maintenance, please do not put your shavings in the trash cans. What happens is those trash cans get heavy and those bags are breaking and making a mess. So please do not put your shavings in the trash cans.
Really, really fun top pair to sort through. The combination sheep works up for me, and I know you've heard me say that all day long, but when you get one that's this complete, it's just awfully hard not to use one like that. You see him come in the ring. He's so good in the way he's built about his blade. He's attractive about his hip and hind leg. He hits square on all four corners, and then the young man does that and sticks in profile, and that one runs uphill like a show sheep. He's shallow-chested, deep-flanked, that big-ribbed, and that massive up high. There's an easy place to start. Congratulations to that young man. Sheep that comes out in second, one that's hard to find an extreme hole in, one that doesn't have some of those extra pieces like our class winner. In particular for me, you get right on top of this one. He's not quite as dimensional in terms of his body shape. He's not quite as big racked. He's a little plainer to the top side of his hip. And as we see the sheep go around the ring, he doesn't keep his chest floor in him quite right, and he gets a little tighter right through the middle of his spine. But a good handling one that's easily the second best one in here from a quality standpoint. Sheep that comes out in third, nothing to take away from that one. Love this one's design or cutability that's built into her, a lean made kind of a sheep that handles really hard and really fresh down the top side of her skeleton. Step her profile, step off of her. We got to drop that one's flank to make her balance up a little bit better, especially with her chest floor getting a little bit deeper and a little plainer as the days get longer, and we compare her back to those wethers. She's starting to look more like a U in the way she's constructed up front. True power sheep comes out in fourth. You want to see one that's cracked open at the ground, wide in terms of his body shape, and tremendous in the power that he's got working up high, and I think you can tie into that one awfully easy. The power sheep comes with some power problems. He's coarser about his blade. He needs to be fixed over his hip-loin juncture just ever so slightly, and as we get the sheep out and go, he's the shortest stepping of the initial four that just needs to be looser constructed off both ends of his skeleton. Sheep that comes out next has some advantages there. That one's cooler built through the front one-third of his body cavity, a little looser constructed in the way he utilizes his hip and hind leg. Get right on top of this one. There's not quite as much power there. He's a little blander in his rack shape, and you'd like to make him a bit wider and deeper through his loin edges to work up into the top four. Tremendous set all the way through. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause.
Your results from Class 5, Southdown Market Lambs. 15th, Nolan Bond with Willow Creek 4-H. 14th, Jolie Connor with Harper 4-H. 13th, Laura Nielsen with Fredericksburg FFA. 12th, Madison Contreras with Fredericksburg FFA. 11th, Jaylee Goodman with Willow Creek 4-H. 10th, Sydney Jones with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 9th, Braxton Maynor with St. Mary's 4-H. 8th, Braxton Maynor with St. Mary's 4-H. 7th, J.C. Connor with Harper 4-H. 6th, Emma Geisweit also with Harper 4-H. 5th, Tinley Barnett with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 4th, Emma Strickland with Harper FFA. 3rd, Rayleigh Byer with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 2nd, Briley Ann Rader with Harper 4-H. And your first place, Class 5 Southdown Market Lamb, was exhibited by Brett Bowers with the St. Mary's 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
attention in the lamb barn. If by chance you are finished showing your animals for the day and you would not mind, let's kind of start making our way out of the barn as efficiently as we can so that we can get the animals that have been on trailers all morning outside from the parking lot and into the barn. Again, if you are done showing for the day, please kind of slowly and efficiently start making your way loading up.
Oh, an easy place to start off in this class. That sheep hits you with such ring presence as he enters the gate. His feet and legs are really good, really square in the way he's built, all the way down to the surface. A show sheep from the side that balances upright and runs uphill, and then he combines that with the most expansive center body and forerib. He's really powerful up high. He's the freshest to the touch, maintains himself awfully well as we get into these heavier weights. Really nice place to start off. Congratulations to that young lady. The ewe lamb that comes out in second, really long-sided. I like that one from a cutability standpoint. You get your hands on that one. She's really lean and grooved up and shapely. Really good right in behind her blade in terms of her rack shape. She's not the biggest hip one by any means, but I think when you combine that kind of balance with that kind of muscle, you can go ahead and be in second in this class. Sheep that comes out in third, one that you like from the side in terms of her levelness and the way her body's put into her, the depth of that one's flank. Step right on top for her compared to the top two. She just runs out of shape in terms of body, in terms of overall mass she's carrying down her top side. There's got to be more of her. If we're talking about skeletons and functionality, this wether that comes out in fourth has as bright of a future as any of them. If we continue to push that one, just needs more power today. Love that one on the go. Love the way he utilizes his feet and legs. A really good built one that just needs more power to go ahead and go along with it. And I think that's where you can tie into this fifth place. That one has more shape as you get in behind him. That one's got some more groove working down his top side. As you get get right on top of him. However, at the same time, he's built a little backwards in terms of his dynamic progression of width. We need to open him up at his hip, close him in his blade, and I wish that one wasn't carrying quite so much middle. It makes him off balance just a little bit, and his proportions aren't quite right, but I like that one's power to go ahead and stand in fifth in this class. Tremendous quality all the way down. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Your results from Class 6 Southdown Market Lambs. 12, Braden Bond with St. Mary's 4-H. 11, Isabella Martin with Stonewall 4-H. 10th, Jacelyn Rattiz with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 9th, Leo Eilers with St. Mary's 4-H. 8th, Trey Robles with Harper 4-H. 7th, Connor Sims with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 6th, Jet Backus with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 5th, Trip Barnett with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 4th, Frankie Villanueva with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 3rd, Andon Usner with Fredericksburg FFA. 2nd, Addison Hahn with Doss 4-H, and 1st, Zoe Maurer with Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And as we begin our champion drive for the Southdown Market Lambs, this will be your first call for Class 1 hair sheep. First call, Class 1 hair sheep to the holding ring, please.
Well, definitely the deepest set that we've seen today in terms of quality. All these first and seconds out here, I think, represent the breed awfully well. Just in terms of their type and kind, I think we can start to tie into a pattern of the type of sheep that I really gravitate towards, the right kind of skeletal width, freshness, and body shape, and put as much power as you can on them without sacrificing anything skeletally. For me, as we get out here, just to describe my thought process, there's one to tie into for me that combines everything the best in terms of skeletal quality, the right kind of freshness, everything I just talked about. I think this sheep does an awfully good job at that. As it gets down for reserve, I think it's a lot more challenging. I think there's several different ways that you can go, and I think it's one man's opinion on one day whenever it comes down to reserve in here, because there's several of them out here that are definitely worthy and definitely have the quality to be in that position. As we get out here, I'll select my granite reserve. Let's give all these kids out here a nice round of applause on an outstanding set of Southdowns.
Attention in the barn. Jackson Johnson, we need your Class 1 hair sheep to the holding ring. Jackson Johnson, we need your hair sheep to the holding ring immediately. And your reserve champion, Southdown Lamb, was exhibited by Landon Rohde Holmes of the Harper 4-H. And the sponsor for that award was Fritz Southdowns. And your champion Southdown Market Lamb was exhibited by Brett Bowers of the St. Mary's 4-H, with that award sponsored by Roy Ressman and family. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and thank you to those sponsors. Let's get the hair sheep underway. Attention in the lamb barn. This will be your first call, Class 2 hair sheep. First call, Class 2 hair sheep to the holding ring. And folks, just a reminder, at the conclusion of your time showing today, you are more than welcome to load out immediately. That will help greatly with getting livestock that are in the parking lot waiting to show tomorrow unloaded. Again, you are more than welcome to load up through the walk-in doors at the conclusion of your time showing today. Also, if you have been selected as a champion or reserve breed champion, you received an envelope in the ring that had a blank thank you card within it. You must fill out that thank you card and take it back to a table close to the drug testing ring and turn that thank you card in order to get your awards. Again, that blank thank you card in your champion or reserve envelopes needs to be filled out before you get your awards. Lastly, as a reminder, we do have a floor trailer available inside the west end of the show barn if you wish to floor your market lamb. Floor price for market lambs is $2.25 a pound. Again, that floor trailer is inside the west end of the barn next to some steer chutes. So if you wish to do that, just take your lamb to the walk-in side door of that trailer and they'll get you squared away. Attention in the barn, attention in the lamb barn. This will be your second call, Class 2 hair sheep. Second call, Class 2 hair sheep to the holding ring.
Getting this first class of Dorpers, and I think skeletal design is what allows this wether to win. You step in behind the biggest pin sheep. He's really wedgy in the way he's designed up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton for a green one. He's still got plenty of body shape and actual curvature to his forerib. He's really good up high. He's good in terms of his top line. He's sound on his feet and legs. Just becomes the most complete one in my mind to go ahead and start off this class. Ewe-lamb that comes out in second from her last rib forward, I think is awfully good. Really opened up about her chest floor and her forerib, and accordingly handles with a ton of mass coming out of the backside of her shoulder. As a reader from her last rib back, you'd like to widen her and freshen her up just a bit in terms of her loin edges and the way it hooks up to the front side of that one's hip. Maybe like to see her just a bit stouter at the surface for the kind of mass she's carrying above that to make her proportions just a little bit better and allow her to balance up with a little more quality. Sheep that comes out in third is one that resembles our class winner in terms of type and kind. I like this one a little better on his feet and legs and his stoutness of feature in comparison to that ewe-lamb that comes in second. That one's carrying a bit too much middle today, and it doesn't let him balance up. kind of makes everything's rough as you get right on top of him. He goes in at his rack, out in his middle, and back in at his loin, and it just throws off his look a bit when you get right on top of him. I think we squashed down that one's middle. He balances up a bit better. It works into the top two pretty easy. Ewe-lamb's got some of the same problems we talked about in our second place from her last rib forward. She's got some shape. She's got some mass. She needs to be expanded at the top side of her hip, and there's got to be more shape and dimension working to the outer part of that one's leg for her to get up any higher. White-headed Weather that comes out in fifth has some production to him in terms of body shape. That one looks like an easy keeping one. It looks like he's supposed to. As you get out here and compare him to the rest of the field, he runs out of some show quality in terms of his chest floor and the way he's constructed up front. We'd like to lengthen and level him just a bit out of his hip and hind leg to make him a bit sounder. A tremendous class all the way through. We get down to some of those other sheep, maybe just run out of power, want to expand them, give them some more bone work to work up higher in this class. Tremendous set all the way through. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit the ring.
Attention in the lamb barn, Trey Robles, we need your Class 2 hair sheep to the holding ring. Trey Robles, we need your Class 2 hair sheep to the holding ring immediately. And your results from Class 1 hair sheep. 8th, Jaden Stone with Cave Creek 4H. 7th, Alicia Vargas with Fredericksburg FFA. 6th, Mackenzie Piper with Doss 4H. 5th, Colt Soltemeyer with Cave Creek 4H. 4th, Jackson Johnson with Rady 4H. 3rd, Allie Seidenberger with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 2nd, Presley Nix with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. And your first place hair sheep from Class 1, Ethan Southard with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And in the lamb barn, this will also be first call for Class 3 hair sheep to the holding ring. First call, Class 3 hair sheep to the holding ring. Attention to the barn. Following the selection of our champion and reserve champion hair sheep, we will be taking a short break. Again, following the selection of our champion and reserve champion hair sheep, we will be taking a short break.
Really easy place to start in this class, one that rises to the top with authority, in my opinion. That one's the best in terms of his skeletal design and his look of quality from the side, and in combination with that, there's the power-driven sheep that handles the part up high in terms of his rack shape and his freshness, his skin thickness. Everything's on point today. That one handles awfully good. He's good in his skeleton, a power sheep that you love on the go, an easy place to start. Second and third is where I think it gets a little bit tougher. If we're talking about just sheer mass and power and handling quality, you've got to tie into the white-headed Dorper. He's maybe just a bit more conventional in terms of his height of shoulder and length of side from flank to flank, but that one sure is powerful when you get up on top of him. He's bold in terms of his rib shape. He's wide-based and cracked open in terms of his lower skeleton. Maybe like to make him a bit cooler up front, a little bit more extended as we compare him to that show weather that stands ahead of him, but a good power sheep nonetheless sitting in second. If we're talking about designing them from the profile, I think the sheep in third mirrors our class winner from that perspective, and particularly in the way he's constructed from his last rib forward. He's a little taller at the top side of his blade. He's a little longer and leveler in the way he's constructed out of his hip and hind leg. He's one for me when you get right on top of him and really get your hands on him. He's just a bit softer to the touch today. He's carrying a little bit more center. He's a little rougher over his hip-loin juncture and needs to smoothen those things up to work into those top two spots. Ewe-lamb that comes out in fourth, really long-sided, really extended, a late maturing kind of a ewe-lamb that's got some handling quality to her, love her skin, really smooth in the way she transitions down her top line. Step right in behind her and compare her to the three weathers that are standing ahead of her. There's just not enough topside dimension in terms of the way she's spread across the top side of her hip and her pin placement. She doesn't have quite the outer shape to her leg and her stifle to compete with those top three. Weather that comes out next, really functional and sound on his feet and legs. Maybe like to leveling him up just ever so slightly out of the top side of his hip, make him a bit cooler and more youthful in the way he's constructed about his chest floor and his blade and the way his head and neck attaches to that to allow him to creep into that top four. Really nice set all the way through. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Results from Class 2, Hare Sheep. 10th, Jaden Stone, Cave Creek 4-H. 9th, Josiah Cantu with Willow Creek 4-H. 8th, Mackenzie Piper, Doss 4-H. 7th, Autumn Kirshner, Fredericksburg FFA. 6th, Sadie Seidenberger, Fredericksburg FFA. 5th, Trey Robles, Harper 4-H. 4th, Knox Paget, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 3rd, Emma Strickland, Harper FFA. 2nd, Ethan Marshall, Harper 4-H. And your class winner was Jacob Connor, also with Harper 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And attention to the lamb barn as Class 3 Hare Sheep gets underway. If you have a medium wool lamb in Class 1, be getting them ready to come up when we call. Again, if you have a Class 1 medium wool market lamb, be getting them ready so you can come right when we call. Attention to the lamb barn. This will be your first call, Class 1 medium wool lambs. First call, Class 1 medium wool lambs to the holding ring.
Another really easy place to start in this class, a sheep that mirrors our last class winner in terms of his skeletal design and quality, but one that's just further along in terms of his stage of development, in terms of maturity. That one's where he needs to be in his body shape and his mass that he's carrying up high, the kind of shape and dimension that one's got when you step in behind him, the depth of twist, the shape to his outer leg, a really nice power sheep that puts it together with an extremely high quality skeleton. A nice place to start off in this class. The ewe lamb that comes in second, by far the second best handling sheep in this particular class, who's the next best in terms of her body shape. She squares up with a lot of dimension right in behind her blade, yet right in behind her, compare her to that wether, she's not as expansive in the top side of her hip and her pin placement, and she's just a nickel frailer at the ground. I think we stouten that one up, and it becomes a lot more challenging of a pair. Wether that comes out in third, in terms of handling quality, this one's skin is impeccable, really smooth, almost to the point of taking it a little bit too far for me. He gets a little softer. He's carrying a little extra subcutaneous fat into him, and it affects his handling quality just ever so slightly. I like how smooth it is, but I wish he was more squared up. I wish he had more definition working down the top side of his skeleton, because that one balances up with the best of them from the side. Sheep that comes out next does have some advantages, in my opinion, in terms of what I just talked about, being a little more grooved up, being a little bit more shapely. I think that one's got some more actual muscle working down his top side, and I like his leanness from a balance perspective. I wish he hooked up just a bit better right in behind his blade. I wish we could lay down the center of his spine just ever so slightly to allow that thing to balance up with those ones that stand ahead of him. But a nice power sheep that's got a lot of base width and body shape to him. Sheep that comes out next mirrors the sheep in front of him from a skeletal standpoint, and he's got some power. Unfortunately, he draws into a class a little light today because he just looks so small. He kind of looks out of place. He's given up too much power in comparison to the top four. Some sheep down here that need some extra exercise and protein put in their diet, just a little too much extra fat, too soft to the touch, need some more power. Tremendous set all the way through. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
And your results from Class 3, Hair Sheep. 7th, Madison Contreras, Fredericksburg FFA. 6th, William Kirshner, Fredericksburg FFA. 5th, Brody Rader, Harper 4H. 4th, also Brody Rader with Harper 4H. 3rd was Zoe Maurer with Fredericksburg FFA. 2nd was Hadley Maynor with St. Mary's 4H. And your class winner was exhibited by Miss Briley Ann Rohde with the Harper 4H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And attention to the lamb barn, this will be your second call for Class 1 medium wool lambs. Second call, Class 1 medium wool lambs to the holding area.
Another tremendously high-quality drive as we get out here. Two that you can tie into awfully well. We talked about it earlier. I think there's two that are extremely high quality out here, and that's not taken away from anything else that's out here. Just two that are on a different level from a skeletal design perspective in combination with the extra base width, body shape, and freshness and overall mass that they do carry as we get out here. I think they're both awfully good. Like I said, I think there's one that's a little further ahead, one that's got a little more extra pieces in terms of mass and hip shape that you can tie into. A tremendous set all the way through. Let's give all 6 of these kiddos out here a nice round of applause. I'll go show you my 2 favorites.
Your reserve champion hair sheep was exhibited by Jacob Connor with the Harper 4-H Club. And that award was sponsored by Harper I apologize. That was sponsored by the Fredericksburg FbgLive Club. Your champion hair sheep was exhibited by the Harper 4-H Club. And that award was sponsored by Brad and Tiffany Rader. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, we're back in the trailer, everybody, and we want to thank you for joining us back here again. I'm with Blaine here. Now we've done the goat show. Now we're in the lamb show. Just finished up the hair sheep.
Yeah, we only have one more breed, the medium wools, but it's been a long day, and if you haven't gone outside, the cold front is hit.
Starting to get a little chilly out there. Good place to be in the trailer.
Yes, it's nice and toasty in here. It's a little chilly in the barn, and definitely we started loading up our trailer just a second ago. It is cold outside.
It's supposed to be real chilly in the morning.
Tonight.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I hear. I think I might leave the heater on all night in here.
That would be smart.
Well, Blaine, first, before we get too deep, tell us a little bit about yourself, your family, how you're involved with the stock show, how long you've been involved, et cetera.
Well, I'm born and raised here in Gillespie County in Doss. I was involved with the stock show board for approximately 8 years. I was president for 7.
Oh, wow.
And so I've been off for a couple of years, but we've been involved in stock show for approximately, we were looking a while ago, 15 to 16 years. Of course, I was born and raised. I raised animals myself, swine and lambs. It's very rewarding for me to be able to do it with my kids now.
Yeah,
my oldest daughter came back this weekend for the show. It's cool to sort of have her going through the process with us. We always joke around that she paved the way for her younger sibling, and her sister Addison had a really great day today.
Good.
So.
Like to hear that. Britley Bowers wrapped up our goat show this morning, and at the end of that, I asked her the same question: how long have you been around? And she said, I was born in a barn.
Yeah, and that's what it feels like. Being from Doss myself, I felt like the same thing. I remember going out when I was, it felt like too little to remember, feeding animals early in the morning, late at night. I was Dad's pickup buddy too, raising our commercial stuff.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot of fun to sort of being raised in agriculture to now being part of this. And to go through the process.
This is our 2nd year now to be doing stock shows on FbgLive. And in all that we've done, Grandstand, we do some Hays County stuff, of course, Gillespie County. In all those, I have been most impressed by one thing, and that is how family-oriented this stock show is. I had no idea that families did this. I thought it was just, like most sports, it seems like your students can pretty much do this on their own, but it's clear that the whole family is involved. There may be one showing,
right,
but inevitably there's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 behind them helping them get there.
Well, and not only that, it's more than it's grandma, grandpa's. When you walk out to this barn, it is the full effect. It is the mom and dads, it's grandmas and grandpas, it's aunts and uncles. You have full families that are out here promoting this, and I'm also vice president of our grandstand committee. we talk about what it takes to promote or what it takes to develop, and for one farmer of how much to produce for the general public. And through the years, one farmer can produce for many, and because of the advances in agriculture, we need farmers, we need ranchers, we need the people to continue. We live in a ranching community still. We're starting to get more suburban, but when you go out, you start making that trip, say to Stonewall, you look left and right. We still have a lot of agriculture in our community.
Thank God.
Throughout the whole realm.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We got them coming out. All right, well, let me switch there.
We have this first class of medium wools coming out.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, there they are. Oh, this is medium wool. Let me see if I can. It's not the hair sheep drive, is it? There we go. Well, tell us a little bit about this show. Like, what separates this? One question I've had: what separates this? Was it class breed? I guess it would be called. What separates this breed from the others that we've seen so far?
Well, in lambs especially, everything has sort of breed characteristics, and so you're going through the process today. If my kid, there's a handful of kids in our county that do what's called a livestock skillathon. When you start studying the sheep breeds, there's approximately about 50 sheep breeds. Now we show 5 of them. We show fine wools, and there's 4 or 5 that delineate as fine wool breeds. But we show the fine wools that many of them have the horns. They're like Delanes. There are a couple different kinds. And then we show the crosses, and they're first fine wool crosses. They're usually taking a medium wool buck onto a fine wool ewe. And then, of course, then we have the Southdowns, and the Southdowns are sort of an original breed from England. And then we had the Dorpers. The Dorpers are sort of a meat breed, very, very meaty. You can see it when they were out there in this last one. And then we had the medium wool, which there's 2 or 3 actually true different breeds of medium wool. You can see the Suffolk and a lot of Suffolk that are out there right now. And there's 2 or 3 different kinds that you'll see, but they're black-faced, black-legged, and you'll see it and go through the process. But those are the 5 breeds that we have. Typically, the medium wools do really well. They have a really big body type of animal, and so you'll go through that as the day goes on.
Now, your family, what do y'all have?
We show Southdowns when it comes to lambs. We have a wonderful breeder from Fredonia, the Jennings Southdowns that we've been going through a while. We've had a lot of great success. My oldest daughter has won breeds in Houston, and my youngest daughter got reserve champion in the breeding show last year in San Antonio. We got a lot of kids here showing today. We had over 240 lambs registered for this show in this show this year, and so it's been really great to sort of see them go through the process, and we're sorting them out pretty quick actually. The swine's coming in tonight. Steers and heifers are coming in tonight for their show tomorrow.
What time is tomorrow's show? Because at 9 a.m. I believe
I believe it is 9 a.m.
Okay. And the swine will go first?
I believe the swine is first, and then the heifers, then steers are to follow.
Now, does your family have any swine? Or?
We do not. We actually get a day off, a rare day off in the stock show world. Is pretty nice, but then we'll definitely be back here Saturday. The sale starts, I'm pretty sure, at noon, happy hour at 11, and then for the next, I think, about 7 or 8 hours, kids will go through the auction block, and hope everybody can take part.
Well, it's been a ton of fun, and I've learned a bunch. I just didn't grow up around this, so it's been a real treat to get to be around these families, get to be around these. Just all the events. So there's an ag event also, or ag mechanics event, a torch. Tell me a little bit about that before we go. We won't have that. Unfortunately, we won't have that on FbgLive. But what does that involve? Do you know?
Well,
some sort of competition.
Ag mechanics projects. it's not only they have a fastest torch competition tonight
Okay.
where they're cutting different metals, but they also from the end of the year last year all the way through the fall this year, they've been building different projects. Some examples, I walked out the other day. They've restored some tractors. They've gone through. They've built some gates. They've built some other projects. A couple years ago, one of the kids actually designed and patented a new hay bale trailer.
Oh wow!
And it was nice. They put there's a patent pending in the U.S. Patent Office for his hay bale trailer.
Goodness, how about that?
And so it's these kids. They think of a lot of things. We had a Best in Show a couple of years ago from our Ag Mechanic project of a cattle trailer, and these are also the kind of kids that we need in our community.
Yeah.
That some of these kids weld better than I ever dreamed of being able to weld, and they can do things that are amazing and build things that are out of this world.
Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Lisa and I were talking about that the other night at the dinner table. That for a while there, it seemed like just before my generation came along, our generation came along, and it was go to college, be there 4 to 8 years, really study a specific, not really a practical matter, but how do I put this? There's more blue-collar opportunity now. That seems to be something that is trending down there for a while, and now your specialists we can't do without them. And so to have people that are just practical knowledge on how to build things, make things, design things, make them run, is just...
Right. And that career and technical side, I always think of Mike Rowe with Dirty Jobs, and his show, and now he's really promoting that. And you sort of see a lot of kids... you go through every year at FHS, we have approximately 250 kids that graduate high school, and there's some kids that they're going to be work ready when they get out of high school because of our career and technical aspect of what we're able to provide for them.
Yeah. Well, Blaine, this is I really appreciate you coming in and giving us a little bit. Before you go, ask Britley, I think I asked you the same question at the start. If you had some counsel, advice, instruction, if there's an interested person out there, folks interested in getting involved with the Gillespie County Livestock Show, what kind of direction, where would you tell them to start? What are the steps to get from where they are now doing nothing to perhaps with the Livestock Show to being involved next year or the next year or two?
Well, our junior FFA and our 4-H program in Gillespie County are really elite, second to none in the state. We have the best, some of the best county agents and the best ag teachers there are around. All you have to do is reach out. All you have to do is ask. Today, for example, I asked one of our county agents just to work on my lamb, trim something on it and everything. She looked right at me and said, "Thank you for asking." And that's the whole thing. They're there to help. They're there for all the kids, and that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
And so it's great. They're sitting back. This is one of the few times for this county show. The Gillespie County Youth Livestock Show has an association. They run this show. Our ag teachers and our county agents are here for support for this show. This is one of the most laid-back times for them. It gets to be major time for the Texas State majors. That's when their stress level is high.
Gotcha.
So they're here for y'all, for the county, and so they want to help. They want to be there for everybody in the county. So if you ever want to start something, and through both of those things, animal showing is an aspect of it. There's a lot of other things. All you have to do is call and ask, what else do you offer?
Well, that's helpful. And I bet they can find that contact information online or something, just with a quick little Gillespie County Ag.
On the 4-H side, it's Gillespie FbgLive, and then through our FFA, it's through our school district webpage.
Great. Well, Blaine, thanks so much for coming back by and visiting with us again. It looks like we're about to wrap up this medium wool Class 1. Looks like a good group.
Thanks for having me a couple times, Paige.
You bet. You're welcome anytime.
Okay. Thanks, man. Bye.
Well, the young man in the green shirt's got an awfully nice ewe lamb to go ahead and win this lightweight medium wool class. That one hits the gate, and you know that one's going to be tough to beat. He gets on the end of that halter and cranks that one's head, and she's phenomenal on her feet and legs. The way she holds her chest plate up in her, the way she maintains her top line, the way she utilizes her hip and all leg. Love that one's skeletal design and skeletal build, and she pairs it with a really nice rib cage, the roundness to it, the shape she carries up high, the handling quality she has. Just a nice one. I'm going to leave it at that. Congratulations to that young man. That's an easy place to tie into. I think it gets a lot more challenging between second and third as you really analyze them. I think the second place sheep where he takes the cake for me is when you get your hands on him. In terms of that one's skin and muscle tone, the progression of width as you read him over his rack and loin and hip, all just have some advantages in comparison to our third place. Maybe from the profile you could certainly tie into this third place, in particular the way that one's constructed out of his hip and hind leg, the levelness of that one's top line, the depth of that one's flank, all lets that one take a prettier picture. I think later down the road when that one finally matures and gets to the point that he needs to be at in terms of the condition he's carrying, we can certainly switch that pair. Today, he's a little rougher down his top line and doesn't come with the same kind of freshness and mass working over his rack and loin. I think later down the road, we easily switch that pair. Blue ewe lamb that comes out in fourth, one that hit me hard as she enters the pen. One, the longer you study her, the more holes you can find in her for me. I think from that one's last rib forward has a lot of neat pieces. That one's roundness of rib shape and her forerib, how opened up she is through her chest floor, and the shape that she spans over her rack. As we get into her loin area, we got to fix some things. We got to hook up better there. She's almost a nickel inverted, and that's causing that one to just be too straight out of her rear wheels, and we really got to drop her flank in comparison to her chest floor to make her balance up just a bit better. She runs out of shape when we get in behind her and compare her to the top three. Sheep that comes out in fifth, there's a true power sheep that's wide-based, stout-featured, big-footed, and shaggy-legged. Get handled with the best of them. We step him off profile. That one's got to be better through the front one-third of his skeleton. He wants to run downhill and just be a bit coarse in the way he's overall constructed. Tremendous class to start off the medium wools. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause.
Attention in the barn, this will be your first call, Class 3 medium wool market lambs. First call, Class 3 medium wool market lambs to the holding ring. And your results from Class 1 medium wools. 15th, Jackson Kenneke with Rady 4H. 14th, Abigail Bond, Willow Creek 4H. 13th, Clara Bond, St. Mary's 4H. 12th, Danielle Embry, Rady 4H. 11th, Colton Cromer, Rady 4H. 10th, Grace Lackey, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 9th, Wesley Pommier, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 8th, Ryland Pommier, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 7th, Hudson Lochte, Rady 4H. 6th, Carson Morgan, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 5th, Briggs Bowers, St. Mary's 4H. 4th, Connor Sims, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 3rd, Hanson Eilers, St. Mary's 4H. 2nd, Wesley Spaeth, Harper FFA. And your class winner for Class 1 medium wool market lambs was Anders Eckert with Stonewall 4H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Really challenging class to sort through, and this blue sheep that ends up winning this class, maybe not necessarily my speed or my type and kind. That one's really round and really shallow, and I think you've got to respect quality when quality is dealt, and that one's so good on his feet and legs and so correct about his skeleton. I think he's got to go ahead and win this class because that one just handles himself so well as we walk him around the ring. He's still a power-oriented sheep who's got some base width and bone work underneath him. He's the best about his rib shape. He handles phenomenally. I wish we could drop his flank just ever so slightly. I think he's getting a bit hard and a bit racy for me. We'd like to drop him down there just to make him a little bit softer and to make him balance up just that much more better. But like I said, I think when you're dealt that many good cards, go ahead and use the one that's got that many freaky pieces to go ahead and win. If we're talking about completeness, you may fall in love with that second place one. As she moves around the ring, really wish she kept her front end together just a little bit better. She really wants to drop out in terms of her chest floor. As far as handle quality goes, there's not a better one out here. That one doesn't have a wrinkle in her top line, super fresh and massive from end to end, perfect over her loin. Like I said, I think what gets her beat is we can't keep her chest floor in her quite right, and as we move the sheep around the ring, she works up in the middle of her spine, gets a little rounder off both ends of her skeleton, but two really high-quality ones there. If we're talking about future and reading future into sheep, this third-place one can be awfully special down the road, one that's certainly more my speed and kind in terms of being a big-footed, opened-up power sheep that's bold about his cage. I think you give that one 30 more days on feed and fat and hay and drop that one's flank and put a little extra lower leg into him to make it all tied together, and I think he works to the front of the class awfully easy today. He's just a little green. He's a little raw as we get out here. The ewe-lamb that comes out in fourth, one that handles as good as anything out here, super opened up in terms of her center cavity and runs a lot of mass of shape down the top side of her skeleton. As you compare to the initial three, she's a bit deeper and plainer about her chest floor and her forerib. She's the shorter, rounder hipped one that I wish was just a little longer and leveler to let her get out and go with a little more authority out of those rear wheels. Sheep that comes out in fifth, a long-sided level design kind of a sheep, similar issues to our third place of, I think in 30 days we can move him up the line because he's just a bit raw, he's just a bit green, and he doesn't have quite the shape he needs when you step right in behind him. Tremendous set all the way through. Congratulate those exhibitors as they exit the ring on a really nice set of sheep.
Your results from Class 2, Medium Wool Market Lambs. 15th, Landon Childers, Harper 4H. 14th, Lana Childers, also Harper 4H. 13th, Amelia Haley, St. Mary's 4H. 12th, Carson Morgan, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 11th, Rylan Pommier, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 10th, Adeline Eilers, St. Mary's 4H. 9th, Alexandria Page, Willow Creek 4H. 8th, Andon Usner, Fredericksburg FFA. 7th, Annie Eilers, St. Mary's 4H. 6th, John Moore, St. Mary's 4H. 5th, Mackenzie Love with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 4th, William Spaeth with Harper FFA. 3rd, Annie Eilers with St. Mary's 4H. 2nd was Jet Backus with Fredericksburg Junior FFA, and your first place lamb was exhibited by Brett Bowers with St. Mary's 4H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And this will also be first call for Class 4 Medium Wool Market Lambs. First call, Class 4 Medium Wool Market Lambs to the holding ring. As we're getting closer to selecting our champion and reserve medium wool market lamb, if you have had a breed champion, fine wool cross, Southdown, or hair sheep today, be getting that animal ready for when we call for those champions and reserves. Again, if you have had a champion or reserve so far today, be getting them ready for when we call here in a little while.
Attention in the lamb barn. If you are done showing and have an animal that you wanted to floor, please get it to the floor trailer inside the west end of the show barn as soon as possible. Again, if you have a show animal that you wanted to floor, please get it to the floor trailer in the west end of the show barn as soon as possible. They are on a time crunch to get that trailer out of here. So if you're done and you wanted to floor, take that animal over there. And as a reminder, floor price for market lambs is $2.25 a pound. Attention in the lamb barn, this will be your second call, Class 4 medium wool lambs. Second call, Class 4 medium wool market lambs to the holding area.
Another really fun class to sort up, and I'll be the first to admit I missed the sheep that wins this class as he walks through the gate. I didn't pull him initially. As soon as I saw him on a rear view, we pull him instantly. That one's really wedgie made for a power sheep. Huge hips, still good about his blade, really square in terms of his body shape and opened up in his chest floor, and yet there's a power sheep that combines it with some skeletal quality. I don't know if he was humped up when he first came in or what, but I missed him for some reason, and I'll be the first to admit that. That one wins easy in this class. Second and third is where it gets challenging for me. As we dive into those sheep skeletally, I think there's one that's a little looser constructed, and I think there's a sheep that's just more ready today in terms of his maturity of body shape and muscle tone and muscle mass. I'll go ahead and elect to use the more powerfully driven sheep today that's a little more ready in second. He handles better down his top line. He's a smoother finished one. He's one that when we set him into motion, you wish that he took a longer step. He is a little choppy. He is a little short stepping, especially out of his hip and hind leg. Really like to make him looser constructed there. I think that's where you can fix that one. Sheep that comes out in third is the longer striding one. He's longer and leveler at the top side of his hip. He's got more set to his hock, and accordingly, that one takes the longer step. Unfortunately today, there's the greener design sheep that just doesn't have the maturity to him today to have the right kind of mass, especially as you work your hands down the top side of his skeleton. You'd really like to blow him up in his rack and freshen him up just a bit, but the young man does a really good job getting that one presented. Sheep that comes out in fourth, really long-sided, really level designed. She's got some advantages in comparison to that weather. She is more squared up right in behind her blade and handles really good down her top line. As you study her from the profile, sure like to drop her flank and jam her up in her chest floor just a bit to make her more athletic and youthful in the way she's presented from the side and let her balance up just a bit better. Sheep that comes out next, one that you like whenever he's in motion. He's loose constructed. He really works out of his hip and hind leg well. Young man sets him up profile. Really like to make that one shorter bladed. Really like to jam him up in his chest floor. He's really tight about his flank, and it throws off his balance enough for him to sit fifth for me today, but I like that one's power and like him when he's on the go. Really nice set all the way through. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Attention in the lamb barn. Danielle Embry, we need your class 4 medium wool lamb to the holding ring. Again, Danielle Embry, we need your class 4 medium wool market lamb to the holding ring immediately. And your results from Class 3 medium wool market lambs. 15th, Madison Contreras with Fredericksburg FFA. 14th, Anthony Eilers, St. Mary's 4-H. 13th, Kaylee Burrier, St. Mary's 4-H. 12th, Annabelle Page, Willow Creek 4-H. 11th, Summer Cornett, Grady 4-H. 10th, Sarah Albers, Harper FFA. 9th, Jaylee Goodman, Willow Creek 4-H. 8th, Henry Cornett, Grady 4-H. 7th, Sydney Jones, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 6th, Tinley Barnett, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 5th, Tripp Barnett, also with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 4th, Knox Padgett with Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 3rd, Jaylee Goodman with Willow Creek 4-H. 2nd, Kaylin Woolsey with Harper 4-H. And your class winner was exhibited by Zoe Maurer with Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And attention in the lamb barn, if you have had a breed champion or reserve champion in the Market Lamb Show today, please bring those animals back towards the holding ring at this time. Again, if you had champion or reserve champion, fine wool cross, Southdown, hair sheep, please bring those animals towards the holding pen at this time. This will be your first call for those.
Well, the last class of blacks has some quality to it, and that's for sure. The young kids in this class have definitely maintained these things well. They haven't let them get out of whack in terms of the condition and finish that they're carrying. And these two that work their way to the top do an exceptional job of that. Both those things handled tremendous. Their skin's right. Their muscle tone is correct. I think where they split hairs is I think there's two different views of this sheep, and that you can go two different ways based on which view you prefer. At the end of the day, for me, which one's going to take a better picture of the heavyweight champion, and that's the one you go ahead and start. In terms of where that one's chest floor is in relationship to his flank, the length of his blade, the way he runs uphill, the levelness he's constructed with out of the top side of his skeleton, all leads me to believe that one will just take a better picture, and he's got plenty of power and plenty of bone to go with it. Let's go ahead and use that one. You get on a rear three-quarter, and I think the story changes quite a bit. You like the pin placement. You like the shape to this one's outer leg that comes in second. That one's wedgie designed. I wish we could change him just a nickel as we step off profile. He is getting deeper and more mature about the way he's constructed about a front one-third of his skeleton, especially in correlation with his flank just not being quite as deep and quite as soft. I wish we could change that about him, and I think we've flipped the pair pretty easy at that point if we do those couple of things. Sheep that comes out in third, one that handles the part, and that's what allows him to be in third today. That one's handling quality, the true muscle shape he carries down the top side of his skeleton, how massive he is over his hip, and the dimension he carries when you step in behind him, step off profile. He wants to break right over his hip-loin junction right there. He's not quite as unique in the way he's constructed up front. And for a power sheep, I really wish that one was a bit bigger-footed and shaggier-legged to make him a bit more proportional. Sheep that comes out in fourth right here, one that can balance up awfully well from the side in terms of his lines, and he's certainly functional. Of the top four, though, he's the lightest muscled one that just needs more power working up high. Sheep that comes out in fifth does have some more power. As you read him down his top side, really need to tone him down in terms of the amount of fat that he's carrying over his forerib. He's too far past ideal for me. Really nice set all the way through. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Your results from Class 4 medium wool market lambs. 8th, Colt Soltemeyer, Cave Creek 4-H. 7th, Sidney Jones, Fredericksburg Junior FFA. 6th, Danielle Embry, Rady 4-H. 5th, Summer Cornett, Rady 4-H. 4th, Henry Cornett, Rady 4-H. 3rd, Zoe Maurer, Fredericksburg FFA. 2nd, Isabella Martin, Stonewall 4-H. And your class winner was exhibited by Talon Toch with Harper 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. As we bring our first and second place medium wools back into the ring, we're going to go ahead and make second call for all previous champion and reserve champion market lambs selected today. Again, second call for champion and reserve champion market lambs selected previously today. And a gentle reminder, those that are selected for champion and reserve champion market lambs in their respective breeds will receive an envelope with a blank thank you card inside. That card must be filled out and taken to the table close to the drug testing pens in order for you to get your awards. Again, that blank thank you card must be filled out in order for you to get your awards. And one more reminder in the Lamb Barn, if you desire to floor your animal following today's show, this is your last call to get that animal to the floor trailer. Again, if you are wanting to floor your animal for $2.25 a pound, this is your last call to get that lamb to the floor trailer before they pull it out.
Really challenging drive as we get out here, and I think there's a really nice set of 8 sheep in here that I like a lot of pieces about. As we get out here and talk about Grand and Reserve in terms of putting together the right kind of power, skeletal width, and freshness, I think there's one for me that fits my type and kind just a little bit better, and I think it gets a lot more challenging for Reserve. I think there's a couple different ways that you can go, but I think there's one that falls into that second category, and just in terms of skeletal quality and handling and putting some extra pieces together in terms of pizzazz and flair and bells and whistles that he has from the side. A really cool chested one that's deep flanked and got a lot of shape. Let's give all these kids out here a nice round of applause. I'll go out and select my Grand Reserve.
Attention in the barn. If you have any lambs that you want to floor, this is, again, your last call to take them to the trailer. The floor trailer is leaving in 5 minutes. And to all general exhibitors that are done showing for the day, you don't have to go floor, but you can't stay here. So, again, last call. If you want to floor your lambs, get them to the floor trailer in the west end of the barn, or start making your way with your tack and stock out of the show barn. Thank you so much. And your reserve champion medium wool market lamb was exhibited by Talon Toch of the Harper 4-H Club, and that award is sponsored by the Usner brothers. Your champion medium wool was exhibited by Miss Zoe Maurer of the Fredericksburg FFA, with the sponsor of that award being Harper Propane and Services. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and thank you to those sponsors for helping keep this show going. Entering the ring now is your champion fine wool market lamb, exhibited by Briley Ann Rader. Your champion fine wool cross market lamb, exhibited by Talon Toch. Your champion Southdown market lamb, exhibited by Brett Bowers. Your champion hair sheep market lamb, exhibited by Briley Ann Rader. And your champion medium wool market lamb, exhibited by Miss Zoe Maurer. Following closely behind are the reserve champion fine wool market lamb, exhibited by Kaylin Woolsey.
Your reserve champion fine wool cross market lamb exhibited by J.C. Connor. Your reserve champion Southdown market lamb exhibited by Landon Rhodey Holmes. Your reserve champion hair sheep exhibited by Jacob Connor. And your reserve champion medium wool market lamb exhibited by Talon Tosh. As Mr. Morse is selecting our grand and reserve champion market lambs, let's give all the exhibitors that came through this ring today another big round of applause for their hard work leading up to this couple days. And also, while we're going through the selection process, I'd like to thank Mr. Wayne Morse one more time for being our judge today here at the Gillespie County Youth Livestock Show. Mr. Morse is a 27-year-old product of Kingsbury, Texas, having judged livestock on teams at Texas A&M University and Blinn College prior to that. Mr. Morse graduated from A&M with a degree in animal science in 2017 and has judged numerous livestock shows across the state of Texas, even being so brave as to go to California for a couple and catching some in New Mexico as well. Currently, Mr. Morse is an agriculture and natural resources agent in Caldwell County here in the great state of Texas and is working on a Master of Science degree in agriculture. Let's give Mr. Morse another big round of applause to thank him for coming out today.
Well, thank y'all for letting me come out and sort through the livestock, and more importantly, thank you for letting me work with the youth of this county. A tremendous set of very respectful kids that are all working awfully hard, and a great set of showmen out here. In terms of quality of showmen, one of the best counties I've seen in a long time. And above all, let's give grace to God and His Son who died on the cross for us. Without Him, we wouldn't be anything, and at the end of the day, that's what really matters. We're just at a sheep show today. Really outstanding set of sheep out here. In terms of breed representation, I think all these things do a phenomenal job at that. In fact, I think that we see some out here can go down the road and really do some damage wherever they're going in terms of big shows. Just a tremendous set out here, and I think sheep that certainly fit me and my type and kind, and the type of livestock that I try to gravitate towards. Hard to build livestock, power-oriented sheep that are good in their body shape and don't sacrifice anything skeletally, and I think they've done a really nice job out here. Let's give all these kiddos out here a nice round of applause. I'll go show you my two favorites.
Your reserve grand champion market lamb for the 2022 Gillespie County Youth Livestock Show was exhibited by Zoe Maurer of the Fredericksburg FFA, and the sponsor for that award is Gerald and Jane Esquella. And your grand champion market lamb for this county show was exhibited by Mr. Brett Bowers of the St. Mary's 4-H Club, with the sponsor of that award being D'Artes Brothers Construction. Congratulations to these exhibitors and all of those who went through the ring today. The floor trailer is on its way out. If you wanted to floor your lamb, you're too late. Floor trailer's on its way out. You better run to catch it. Also, if you want a picture at the backdrop will be up. As a gentle reminder, the grand and reserve grand champion.
Well, and just like that, friends, that concludes today's broadcast of the Gillespie County Youth Livestock Show. We so appreciate everyone joining us today and hope you'll come back with us tomorrow. Things get started with swine at 9 a.m., and then we'll move on to steers and heifers in the afternoon. Again, we appreciate you being here, being a part of today's broadcast, and thanks so much for joining us. Hope to see you tomorrow.